Okay, hello. How's it going? It is Wednesday. We will play a challenge in 45 minutes. And I think it's been like 3 weeks since I streamed. So I'm back. I've had a couple of paper events and stuff going on at weekends. Was hoping to stream the qualifier at the weekend, but I had tonsillitis, which was extremely uncomfortable, quite painful. But I've got antibiotics now. So I also have 2 weeks off work, not because I had tonsillitis, just because there's a regularly scheduled break for the school I work at. So had some time to play some Magic. Hopefully be able to stream a little bit over the next couple of weeks. And I'd like to keep streaming at the weekends after that, but we'll see with my schedule. But not guaranteed to be playing at my best today on account of being generally quite sort of, well, not sick, convalescing, recovering from illness. But we're playing a broken deck, so it should be fine. We are going to play some red-white today. It's the version of Energy I think I have the most confidence in right now, as ever. I trophied twice with this deck yesterday, which is encouraging. I also played a league today and went 2-3. But I did not play perfectly in that league. So that's fine. I'm reasonably happy with the sideboard for the current moment. I have begrudgingly gone up to 3 surgical extractions. They just cover quite a lot of bases. They're in here 4 lands, but it's like reasonable to have some turn 0 interaction against Oops and stuff like that. It's fine against Doomsday and stuff. So I'm happy with that. Flutes are fine. These are really sort of a concession to... They're very versatile, but they are good against paintery type stuff in particular, I think. And I'm expecting quite a lot of that. And then we're not really running... Deafening Silence is fine. It's not great. It's getting worse all the time. But it's fine against random combo decks. Yeah, so where I'm looking to gain equity with this sideboard is not against fast combo, because I just don't think that... I just don't think that you're realistically beating fast combo most of the time anyway, so why bother? Like the cards you could sideboard are not high impact. I don't even think Leyline of the Void is high impact against Oops. Like, I don't know. They just belch you. I just don't really like Leyline that much. The maths on it aren't good for me. But where you can gain equity is by targeting... And there's no point in targeting like fair matchups, because the deck crushes fair matchups. Where you can gain equity is targeting like the middle ground, like the Painters, the Show and Tells, the Cradle Controls of the world. Like anything you can do to boost those matchups, I think, is meaningful. So it's like whatever weekend you think those different decks are going to be popular. And right now, I think that Painter and Show and Tell are the ones I want to target. So that's kind of what this... Like, you can see we have, like, 5-ish cards for Painter. I'd probably bring in a Surgical against Painter as well. 5-ish cards for Painter, and then against Show and Tell, like... I mean, I would bring in all of these 12 cards, but really, Flute is very good against Sneak Attack, in a way that nothing else really is. So... That's kind of what's going on with the sideboard. Thank you, everyone, for complimenting my physical appearance. Legion's Landing. There's a question about Legion's Landing in the chat. Good is a strong word. Basically, where energy is at is that you have, like, let's say something like, you have basically these 20 slots which have good cards in them. Oh, this is actually 22 cards. That's cool. Like, these 22 cards are good. And then after that, it's like, well, what are you going to play? You could play black, but I don't like discard in this deck. So, Voice is kind of like mid-plus. It's like the next thing you add, I think. It's good because Legacy is a Days Force of Will format, I think, rather than for any other particular reason. I side it out a lot. And then the whole Scout Quarry thing, I mean, much ink has been spilled. I think it works pretty well in the deck. It's not a Sacred Cow. You could definitely play red-white without those cards. You just have to prove that whatever you're playing is better than those cards. And then Prison, again, is probably like just a concession to the fact that you want flexible interaction, flexible, cheap interaction, and it's synergistic. So that's fine. And then you've got these 4 quite awkward slots. And what you will see people doing is you will see people playing... They will generally be playing 2 mana cards in those slots. So the most successful list right now is like 2 Squelcher. Let's see if I can keep snoozing this ad. How long can I snooze this ad for? The most successful list right now is like 2 Squelcher, 2 Staff. And my issue with that is that once you slot in those cards... Can we do by mana value, please? Hello? Magic Online? Okay. Once you slot in those cards, you're playing 22 2-drops and 14 1-drops. And you're just starting to look a little top-heavy. I really like it when you can play like 4 spells by turn 3. Right? And the more 1-drops you have, the more likely you are to play 4 spells by turn 3. The challenge is finding impactful 1-mana cards. So, I don't hate Staff or Squelcher or Punk. They all have their uses. I'm a little underwhelmed by Squelcher just as a card in the deck. I think it is like less synergistic than something like Legion's Landing. It obviously answers a problem card in Chalice. I'm not too worried about Chalice decks at the moment. They're around, but like I'm not terrified of them. Staff is good, but slow and very mana intensive. And is helping you... It's not helping you accelerate. Yeah, Esper Sentinel, that card is just a 1/1. Like, it's just a 1/1. Like, this card is better than Esper Sentinel because this is a 1/1 with lifelink. And then you go wide very quickly. You can flip this on turn 3. When you flip it on turn 3, you have 4 mana on turn 3. You can play 2 2-drops. It's pretty good. And then you have a relevant effect, right? You can make chumpers. You can use them with bombardment. You can copy them with Ocelot Pride. Like, it's pretty good. It's basically just like the floor of a 1 mana 1/1 lifelink in this deck is pretty high. Like, that interacts very favorably with Ocelot Pride and stuff like that. And the ceiling on this card is insane. It's like a ritual that gives you card advantage. I don't know. It's fine. It's a role player. I have been happiest with this in like what I'm calling like the Meower slots, because I was playing Meower in these slots, and Meower is also fine. And I think this is better than Meower in the abstract. I was then playing like 2 Meower. I was then playing 2 Squelcher. I just don't really like Squelcher. I'm going to try 2 Bolts today. Bolt is way back when, in like June 25, I was playing like 4 Bolts Because I was like, well, this is just a great red card. Why wouldn't I play 4 of these? Bomat Courier? Yeah. You're talking about Bomat Courier. Like, everyone, if you've had a thought about a card that could go in this slot, I've probably also had that thought. like, how do you think I found Sand Scout? Like, I spent a lot of time on Scryfall with different parameters, finding stuff that could work. By the way, the next best card after Sand Scout is probably Agate Instigator. You can look that card up. Yeah, Bomat Courier we don't need because we're not looking for like card advantage in this slot. Like, I would much rather play Masked Meower than Bomat Courier as my 1-mana 1/1 haste of choice. Because Masked Meower flips Ajani, which is really powerful. And it's red. Bomat Courier is not what this deck wants. Bolt is a perfectly cromulent magic card. It's not very good against blue-black, which is why it's not seeing very much play right now. But this deck absolutely crushes blue-black. So you don't need a card in this slot that's going to do work against blue-black. And it kills Tamiyo. It's like not unplayable. What it is very good against is like Cradle type decks, Energy Mirrors. I can imagine having 2 bolts in my deck is going to be pretty nice. And like really a lot of random stuff. Like it's 3 damage to the face. You know, it's never dead. One issue I had when playing 4 bolts or playing like Galvanic Discharge is that you end up with like all of these non-creature spells in your deck, 8 of them, that aren't triggering Guide of Souls and you can't play them on an empty board. And that's something the deck doesn't really like, especially with Ajani, with Ampteraptor. If I have an empty board, I play Ampteraptor, I cascade into one of these. It's like, eh. But at the very least with Bolt, if I cascade into Bolt, boom. 3 damage to the face. Oh, you can't activate your Ancient Tomb next turn, you know? Like, people are really playing fast and loose with their life totals in this format. So I think Bolt is fine. I'm going to slide it out a lot. Everything I put in these slots is something that I slide out a lot. So there you go. That's my spiel about the current list. I have not tried Bolt for months and months and months. We're going to try it tonight. Okay. It's turned into a lightning bolt, Patrick. Skittering Kitten has turned into a lightning bolt. Again, if the Pro Tour was tomorrow, I think I'm still playing Kitten. Honestly, I think I'm still playing Kitten. I'm playing 2 landing, 2 Kitten. And I'm playing 18-18 because that's what I like. But I respect the people who are playing Squelcher and Staff. Or either of those cards. I think Squelcher's overrated. It's mostly a bear. Okay, we have 30 minutes. We'll play a league match. Oh, I should definitely queue for the challenge before I forget though. Yeah, we're gonna play the bolts. Are we in the challenge? Yeah, we are. Okay. So, Evran, the reason to play Squelch or Punk, like either of those effects, is to beat Chalice. It's not really for Force. Force is splash damage. It's for Chalice. Because the deck is weak to Chalice. And I make it weaker to Chalice because I play 18 1-drops. The reason to play Squelcher over Punk specifically is so that you can Red Blast a Show and Tell. Or a Brainstorm from Doomsday. Sand is fine. At the moment, Chalice is played by Eldrazi, Mono Red, which has had a few top 8s recently. Some post decks, some affinity decks. It's not a huge part of the metagame. Which is why I'm not playing very many like anti-Chalice cards. The reason to play Squelcher specifically is so that you can Red Blast a Show and Tell, basically. Squelcher is also a better card than Spider-Punk. Like, it's not legendary, which I think is broadly upside. Am I going to get wastelanded? I'm going to get wastelanded. That's fine. I'm going to sandbag the quarry here to try and... I guess that doesn't make sense. I guess I should play it. It doesn't matter. I'm going to have to take a turn off. Yeah. So I could have played Scout, and this would have given me a 1-1, and then I could have quarried the 1-1 to get colored mana. Oh well, we get the misplays out now. Never mind. Just top deck land. Haha, Bolt. I think I'm bottoming this because I want to draw another land. Even though against this green-white depth deck, Bolt's probably good. Yeah, Squelch is just like, it's a perfectly cromulent magic card. Like, the ward trigger is sometimes relevant. Like, you can't, yeah, you can draw multiples of it. It, like, stops Force and Daze, and you can't Force and Daze it, which is pretty relevant, whereas, like, Punk and Voice of Victory, like, if your opponent has, like, I don't know, like, 3 Dazes in their hand, then Squelch is obviously gonna randomly mess up their day. But I don't really care about that stuff. Again, I'm looking to improve the matchups that... Oh, it's Beans. Wild. I'm looking to improve the matchups that... This is annoying. That aren't Tempo. Because I think Tempo is just wildly favorable. I'll scout. So I'm not super interested in Squelcher. It's like fine. Staff is almost more interesting. Like, Staff is a unique and powerful effect that can... It massively improves this kind of matchup, for example. Like, Staff is a must-answer permanent for Beans. But it's just glacially slow. Like, depending on how you're playing the mirrors, sure, Staff can be a mirror breaker, the energy mirror, but so could Bolt, right? Like, just an extra 2 1-mana removal spells. Like, the tempo on offer there is enticing, and Bolt even answers Flip to Johnny, which is huge in the mirror. So, I don't know. Ponder Shuffle. So with these 2 colorless lands in my hand, what am I doing? Let's do this. I can't, like, I want to play the guide obviously, but if I flip an Ajani here, oh, fail case. That could have been a Squelcher, guys. That could have been a Squelcher. Oh, they have a failure. This is why I said I'm getting the misplays out now. Because I obviously could have played Quarry and then would not... Oh, they have a dress down. Why didn't you play that in response to my Raptor? What? That's insane. What kind of nutcase are you? Oh, that's why. Well, this is even more of a punish than if... Wait, what? Okay. It would have been better to play Quarry so that I could swords this, maybe? I don't even know if I want to do that. I don't know what's going on over there. They have a 3-2 lifelink and I have a 2-1 first strike, so that's something, I guess. I'm just going to say go. Yeah, Bolt's just a good card. You're gonna Riddler now. And then you can draw 2 cards? Fine. I'm not gonna sack this Raptor. I don't want you gaining 3. I need you on the back foot. Yeah. What is it with all these Sand Scouts when I've drawn both my quarries? Like, how unlucky is this? How unlucky is this, chat? Yeah, last 4 cards can be anything. I just like the idea of them being anything that costs 1 mana instead of anything that costs 2 mana. Just because they do seem to be so low impact. So what's the play here then? I'm gonna let you... I think I'm gonna let you attack. Because I'm gonna block with my Raptor. I guess Meow has the most meme value for the last card. I should have mentioned Halia as well. Halia does a lot of very similar things to Landing in that it's another synergy piece for Pride in a deck that really wants more synergy pieces for Pride because like Guide already does everything all the time, all at once, whereas Pride can be a bit anemic sometimes. So having extra synergy for Pride is nice. The problem with Halia is the Raptor like chance. I think Halia, broadly speaking, is doing what Landing is doing, but better. I mean, it's not doing quite the same thing, but I think Halia is going to be better most of the time. Yeah, if there's a lot of Chalice around, then you want your Squelchers and or your Punks, right? But I face Chalice infrequently, and when I do face it, I find other ways to beat it. Like, honestly, Quarry is incredible for beating Chalice. You just like run out whatever, and then you quarry it. It's great. This is a lot of stuff that my opponent is doing. Yeah, see, now I'm going to have to Swords your Riddler, I think. Which is going to be awkward, because then you can... I'm just not winning this game, am I? It's fine. We're getting the problems out now. Yeah, I mean, like, local metas or whatever. Like, I have a 1k on Sunday locally, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to run 4th Aerlingus. Like, I was just running through what decks worry me locally, and, like, it's, like, only post lands and, like, Cradle and... I don't even know. What was the other deck I was thinking of? Beans. And I was like, what hits all of these decks? It's like, oh yeah, 4th Aerlingus. I'll just play 4th Aerlingus. Like, I don't want to play 4th Aerlingus online. Because, like, how often does Beans top 8 a challenge? On paper, it's like, well, yeah, sure, why not? Why wouldn't I 4th Aerlingus? It's a fun card. Wait, you flipped? Did you failure your Tameo? Why did you do that? Why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense. Am I wrong? What have you done? I feel like you had a big lead, and now I feel like we're at parity. Like, what happened? Just trying to decide. I think I'm gonna prison this turn. Like, I could just bring back a Guide of Souls. It doesn't really do anything against this Thalia, though, huh? I think the best thing to do is prison the Thalia. And then play Scout. Yeah, I mean, the, like, question of what to do with the last slots in Red-White Energy is reaching, like, Delver levels of who cares these days. Like, Delver players are like, oh, I'm on 2 Strix. And everyone else is like, okay. I think I'm gonna let this hit me, because I want to be able to flip landing. Tight? Yeah, I guess it's a tight game 1, Firecracker. I haven't played it very well. I've been thinking about other stuff while I play, which is, like, not not what you're supposed to do in games of Magic the Gathering. Okay, so now you have a Tamiyo. That's fine. So what I could do, I could let this die. Oh, never mind. Maybe this is still what I want to do. I could let this die, give you a Thalia, bring back Guide, swing. Yeah, I don't want to do that. It doesn't make any sense. I'm going to keep this under here. And I think the sequence here is Quarry Guide now to get a 1/1. And then next turn, Ajani flip, and I've got the red 1/1 to start blasting. So I'm going to Quarry Guide now. Landing is a very fun card. I am going to swing at the Tamiyo because I want to make it a cost to minus this if he wants to get back swords. I'll lose the Tamiyo. Because you could swords this Guide, especially if you want to keep attacking with your Solitude. It's definitely an option for you. No. Probably seeing a Riddler here. So if they don't draw a force, we might be able to get some traction here. If they do, whatever. I think I'm paying. Play this. They did have a force, okay. That makes things worse. Maybe I shouldn't have paid for this, and then I can attack for... Well, I can only attack for 5, so you can just block. Yeah, pretty bad all round. I could flip my landing and lose 2 guys. It's probably not worth it. In fact, I would lose... Yeah. I would lose a lot doing that. Let's just say go. I think they have another Riddler in exile. Yeah, we're definitely losing to these Riddlers. I'm gonna concede because I want to try and wrap this match up before the challenge starts. I kind of scuffed it anyway. Okay, so Beans I definitely want. Pyros. I think I like this one Wear Tear against Beans as well, because they kind of need to Leyline Binding you if you manage to flip an Ajani, and I do think the matchup is largely about flipping Ajani. Bolt does kill Thalia. It does kill Tamiyo. It doesn't kill the Riddler. It's possible with Bolt in the deck we can side out swords. Is that insane? That might not be insane. Depends on how many Murktides they have, I guess. I don't really care about Murktide out of this deck, though. I just think anything I care about, I can either Bolt, Karakas, or Pyroblast. I don't need swords. And I like the threat density. I don't like Static Prison, though, because of... I don't like Static Prison because of... Wrath of the Skies. So I think I should cut that. And then it's like, do I want Bolt or Swords more? I think I like Bolt more because they do sometimes just survive on 2 life or something stupid. Like, sometimes they price that in, you know? No, I want good mana, please. I would like to draw the good mana half of the deck. This is fine. I'm going to bottom the second bombardment. And we're going to fetch a basic. I might just cross-post my stream link to the D&T Discord, see if there's any stray D&T players who want to watch Energy. Do I play the voice? I think the answer is yes. Hesitated but did not force, so it means they do have a force, but they also have a swords. Or a pending, but I would be thrilled if they spend their turn pending this. Oh, you have a Solitude? Oh, you're just an absolute legend. You don't even care. Okay, so I have 6, 7, 8, 9. 6, 7, 8, 9. So I need to play one more permanent. I get City's Blessing. You can only go White Source Wrath for 1. Wrath for 1 would clear a lot of stuff, though. So I'm going to play the Bombardment rather than the Scout. Oh, okay. Well, we can play game 3 then, I guess. Maybe I do want Static Prison. It's like an answer to Leyline Binding and stuff. It's just really awkward when they... Wrath of the Skies and whatever you prisoned came back. I think you want to be playing as though they have at least one Wrath of the Skies, so... I think Weta makes more sense than Static Prison. Somewhat. Can we draw good hands, please? I would like to play the deck that draws good hands. It's fine, we're getting it out. We're getting all the bad luck out before the challenge. 3 Voice of Victory. Well, at least my opponent isn't on Cabal Therapy. Do I want this quarry? I think the answer is no. Let's do something like this. There's an argument for keeping Canyon over Plateau here, because my life total isn't at risk, and I might flood. But I think I'm happy to keep things simple. Oh, well, now I kind of wish I had Quarry, huh? Not really with 2 lands, though. Okay, let's try and go. Do it. What are you waiting for? Leyline Binding. Well, I will. I don't really like surveilling in these spots because it's like, well, what am I really looking for? But I will do it. Because, like, am I looking for this or am I not looking for this? I wager I'm not looking for this, but it's like, would I have cared if I drew it? I don't know. Like, I don't know anything about this game state. I think there's an argument for Ajani there, but not necessarily a strong one. Just because you like to voice when your opponent has mana open, especially like if you think they're holding up an answer. What is my opponent doing? It costs 3 ponders. Don't they know it's 2026? You can't just ponder anymore. You have to do something. Yeah, I'm not going to double spell unless I draw 2 lands in a row, though. In fact, even then I'm not going to double spell. So I literally can't double spell unless I keep the Pride and then draw another land. You see? I will do this, though. I mean, I guess I could have kept that, drawn a land, double spelled. I don't know why I said I couldn't double spell. I feel like I've already played a 7-round Magic tournament and I haven't even started. It's a challenge. Okay. Well, I got to keep my voice. Here, have some life. I got Plateau. Do I play second voice or play Ajani here? I think it's got to be second voice. When you've got one voice in play, it's great to have a second voice because then it's like, you know that your opponent's just going to draw like 3 counter spells while you have 2 voices in play, and it's going to be glorious. We can get Wrath now, though. But we could have got Wrath. I don't think you can really like leave one voice in play and expect to eke out a Wrath from your opponent. That's not really realistic. But we mull to 5, so. Oh, there's the beans. Do you have another Murktide? That would suck. No, you have Felia. Oh no. We don't have, if we kept our wasteland, we could double spell. So issue being, if I play Ajani, you can attack and flip. You can attack and kill the token. Attack and kill the token. I play another Ajani and you die. See, I can attack you for 5. And then next turn. 6. Like, it's pretty tempting to not play Ajani here. Like, I don't know. It's like my heart is telling me not to play Ajani. My head is telling me to play Ajani because it adds more to the board. But they have 3 cards in hand. They could very easily have... Well, they wouldn't Wrath. Wrath would suck for them here because they would kill their Felia and their Beans. But maybe they would do that. I guess they could attack, flip out the beans, and then Wrath. It'd be kind of a disaster. If they flicker my token, I am denying them a card. Yeah, it's probably correct to play a Ajani here. Rather than just, like, randomly add Gigantha, which wouldn't do anything. I did not listen to my heart, Patrick. I listened to my head. And I played the Ajani. But for the warning in my heart. Second beans. Wasteland. Well, that would have been a disaster if I had kept, Yeah, I told you you'd do that. If I had kept the two Ajanis. Tamiyo. Interesting. Okay. Dress down. That's annoying. That's really annoying. That's like that's literally Time Walk. I can't play either of these into Dress Down. Unless I just wanted a 2-on first strike. I guess I will put Gigantha in my hand. I could, like, bluff interaction, I suppose. I don't really see any point in doing that. I could also keep these voices back to block, which is probably correct. I should probably try and deny the Felia attack. Yeah. Like, but it's like even 2 damage is not worthless, you know? It's not worthless. So you're gonna flip. You're gonna flicker a beanstalk, which means that your Tamiyo is gonna flip in your end step. GG's. Oh no, you can just sack the clue and flip it now. Or do that, I guess. They did tap their wasteland, so if I draw a land, I get to Raptor Ajani, which could give us some traction here. Unfortunately, we are the nightmarish has happened. We're running up against the challenge clock in a match that we could win, but only if we played it down to the wire. Because one of the ways that we win this is by timing them out. I really don't want to start the challenge with a double Q, though. So I'm very tempted to just concede. I think what I will do for your viewing pleasure is I will put... Well, I don't want to do it right now, but I will put this game that I'm going to try and keep my hand in the other monitor and let you have the challenge game, which will be starting in just a few seconds' time. Or I could just concede this because it looks like I'm probably losing. You know, one or the other. Let's play this Guide of Souls. Wait, don't we just win now? I feel like we just win. I don't know how much damage this is, but I think it's a lot of damage. I guess we don't win, but yeah. I guess I'm gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 creatures in play. So I'd rather hit you. So I actually should have attacked Tamiyo with the voice I was going to jump, I think. Because I would pump 6 damage into the Tamiyo and then 8 into you. Whereas this way he can save the Tamiyo by blocking one of the 1/1s. I think that's probably fine. I'm just going to like play the next couple of turns of this game and then go to the challenge. I'm just going to tell my opponent that's what I'm doing though. Let's try this. Oh, perfect. So you let me kill your Tamiyo, you take no damage, and then if I zero the Ajani and I hit you, you can like Felia flip my Ajani if you want to. That seems terrible for you. Yeah, I'm just gonna blast you because it's so much damage. I don't want to put it into anything else. Like, that's 9 damage. You had Terminus. Oh, and you get to flip your stupid Tamiyo. That's annoying. Well, at least I have a red permanent in my hand. The problem is they're going to counter it. Because they have a gajillion cards in their hand. Okay, this game's going to go on for too long, so I'm going to put it in on the other monitor and not look at chat. And I'll play my challenge game. This looks fine to me. Oh, it's an energy mirror. Fun. These can be a bit strange. Yeah. And you got a guide. It's pretty cool. And look at me with no removal. Caught with no removal. Okay. I'm wondering if I play a land here or not. Like, let's assume you can just guide. No, I think I do. I think I play a land and I don't crack it, if possible. And next time I play Sand Scout, and then I'll get a bunch of guys. Another raptor. Okay. We have been outskilled. Hits Bowmasters. Alright. There's no black mana. Just jumping that makes sense. Another pride? Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? Yeah, I'm not going to beat that. Drew Goblin Bombardment. Okay, well, we can actually get something going with that, but not much. Like, it's very hard to come back from this. Oh, I should have fetched. There's no reason not to fetch. I deny myself one token this way because I can only trigger this. Well, to be fair, I didn't know I was going to need to play a 2-drop. So maybe I can give myself a pass on that. But I'm definitely going to need to play this bombardment. Then the question becomes, like, what am I going to do with it? I guess it sort of depends on my opponent's blocks. Because I am going to need to attack with voice here, so let's do that. And just see how they block. Well, it appears they don't want to let my voice survive. So there's that. Okay. So I'm gonna kill. I need to kill like 6 toughness worth of creatures, right? It's pretty tough. I lost the game against Beans. Hello, Sleepy. Hello, Coin Man. So I can actually block this pride. So let's do something like kill you. Deal 2 damage. Such as it is. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Kill you. So there you go. And the way this works is I'm going to take a lot of damage. Yeah, it would have been really nice to have an extra token here. It would have been really nice to have an extra token because then I would have been able to flip my landing. like, not, like, next turn. Like, if they swung out. That's also annoying. Sure. Like, this is just too many cats, let's be honest. Let's do something like this. How much damage is this? 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 4 is 11 damage. I go to 3. Yeah, I mean, yowza. I really needed to be able to make life linking tokens here. Ugh. Didn't even draw any action. Block, block. Ping, ping. Take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Okay. Let's try again. At least I have my bolts. I'm cutting voices in this matchup for Abrades. Don't really like voice that much here. I think landing is better. Landing seems better to me. Just gets on board faster. Reveal Jag. This has 2 key cards in it. Do you lead on Mesa or do you lead on Plains? I think you lead on Mesa. That's why you lead on Mesa. Do I want this card? I don't think I do. Well, no, I don't think I do. I mean, it's better than a land, but it's not as good as that. So, I'm pretty sure I just Bombardment here. It's safer in play than it is in my hand, right? Because they're Mardu, so they have Thoughtseize. They have Thoughtseize and they probably don't have Static Prison. Mardudu pile. Squelch is still in. Travesty. What a travesty. I mean, are you Mardu? Where is your black mana? Okay, well I can swords that, or I can just kill it, right? Ajani ping is 1. I'd have to lose my token or not. Squelch a Rex Bombardment. Yeah, does it? You lose 4 life. Seems fine. Seems fine to lose 4 life. Huh, interestingly, so Punk says spells and abilities can't be countered, which means that you don't have to pay the ward cost on, like, Bombardment or on Solitude or something like that. Or on Static Prison. Like, Squelcher actually doesn't let you Static Prison a Kappa Cannoneer, whereas Punk does. I'm just saying, like, people are really excited about Squelcher, and they were never that excited about Punk, and maybe it's just a Universes Beyond thing, but Punk does a lot of stuff that Squelcher doesn't do. Anyway, you have a Caracas, that's fine. Let's The Gyrosaurus is a really good draw because now I can just do this. I can just ping this, flip, and then deal 2 to it. And I don't lose anything. Yeah. Yep. Play the game, see the world. Sometimes I wonder about Flute in the mirror. Like, you bring in Flute in the D&T mirror. Because, like, obviously you name stuff that's in your deck, but you just name whatever they have and you don't. And I feel like the same logic could apply here. You could just bring in Flute and name Bombardment if they have it and you don't, or name Ajani if they have it and you don't. The problem, I think, is that it's too reactive. Like, the mirror is all about... This mirror is all about being very proactive, whereas the D&T mirror is not so much. So I don't think the same logic works. This hand is weak. This hand is weak. I think I have to mull this hand. Yeah, the games are really... They can be really fast. Like, you saw that game. There's no way for my opponent to get back into that without, like, multiple Ajanis and a bombardment of their own, basically. Even then. I think I have to mull. It's got a Wasteland in it. You can mana screen the Mardu deck. It's, like, so close, though, because Scout... just no removal is a problem. On the draw, you really need some removal. Well, I have Bombardment. This hand is so bad as well, though. Like, what if I get Wastelanded on this hand? Can I go to 5? This hand has upside. Like, they play turn 1 Guide. I go Parlor. They play, like, Raptor into something. I play Bombardment. I'm just going to get Wastelanded at some point and lose the will to live, though. The problem is, like, what if I mulligan this hand and then they lead on Thoughtseize? Right? Like, will my 5-card hand really be able to stand up to Thoughtseize? I think we have to take that chance. This is a lot better. I think 5 can win because you saw my opponent, like, my opponent lost with 7 cards in their hand. And I have lost with, like, 6, 7 cards in my hand in the mirror. So I want Pride Guide Raptor and 2 lands, right? So I'm just bottoming this Sand Scout. Okay, fine. I may want Canyon over Caracas. I don't think I do. I don't think I do. I was just thinking about them wastelanding my red source. I think Caracas has some upside. Because now what? You Thoughtseize me and you take probably Raptor? No? Okay. So you fetched a Plateau in your Mardu deck, which means you have Raptor, right? Or Bombardment. I don't think I'm winning if I wasteland my opponent. I think I have to do this. Cross my fingers. Raptor. Attack. Into what? Second Pride? I mean, I'm going to snap off this trade. If you go Second Pride, wasteland you, that's kind of annoying. Just wasteland you. So what? Do I wasteland you? Yeah. Like I don't care how stupid this is. Like I don't think you have another land. Yeah, I think you have something like that, and you can't cast your red spells, and I just have to draw another land. Oh. I mean, like, if they have second wasteland, another like a wasteland here, keeping that wasteland for me doesn't help me that much. I guess I should have kept the canyon. I don't know. Johnny Raptor on a Multi 5. Maybe I should play mono white. So I could just like because mono white is so good in the mirror with all the basic planes and Harlia and stuff. Maybe this is why I should be playing mono white. We got some really awful 6s and 7s there though for game 3. I don't think there's much we could have done. Game 1, maybe we misplayed by not fetching at the right time so we would have had an extra token off Sand Scout, which I just can't see that being relevant either in that game. Okay, cool. Well, that was the first match. That was the first match of our stream here today. Nah, whatever. Okay, I am gonna go and just run the dog around the block, so I'll be back for round 2. See you in a bit. Hello, AT36. I would love to flip some Legion's landings. Just as soon as my opponents stop absolutely browning me for 5 minutes. That would be ideal. I haven't been playing very well today, but I've also been not as lucky as I was yesterday. Like, I played 9 matches of Magic yesterday. And I went 9-0. And I've played 7 matches of Magic today and I've gone 2-5. But we're only 1 round into the challenge. We can still go 5-1. If we clutch up and make some good plays. So let's do that. Ace-5 is the opponent. I will reveal Jegantha. This hand is not great, but I will keep it. It has a basic, it has a turn 1 play, which is removal, which is better on the draw. This is basically a 2-for-1. And it has a Wasteland, which is almost like a spell. So I am going to keep this. This deck is many, many points. Too many points for you, Dual Commander boy. Far too many points for you. Okay, so this is most likely tempo. Yeah, I mean, you can get pretty far on mulliganing hands that don't have Pride or Guide in them. It's not a bad heuristic. I tend to overkeep. But I'm just gonna fire this off. It's not getting any better. Yeah, Jegantha works better with my playstyle than it would for a lot of people. Yeah, exactly. Wasteland and Quarry will be spells eventually. My opponent also doesn't have any blue mana, so that's nice. For me. I was gonna landing here. Well, you can't really be aggro on the draw anyway. You know, arguably. I was gonna landing here, but landing plays into Bowmaster. They already milled a Bowmaster, which means they might have another one. Amtraptor also kind of plays into Bowmaster. I'm gonna I'm gonna do something that might be slightly controversial here. I'm just gonna pass the turn. Because then they don't get to kill anything with this. If they play a blue source before attacks, it's a little dicey just because of Kaito. Legion's Landing. His deck is based. I mean, I think I'm the only person playing Legion's Landing. I think maybe a couple of other people, a couple of other lists have had like 1 copy. I'm on 2. So it's like, it's being based is totally optional. Okay, so you do have Kaito, maybe. I mean, notably, none of my plays could have prevented this. I think I will Swords. Well, actually, let's see if they fetch. Because if you don't fetch... Okay, you fetched. I will do this. It slightly ameliorates Kaito, because it means that they have to bounce the token. And they're like, haha, I got you to Swords by Bowmaster. And I'm like, yeah, I don't really care. That might make me care. I could get Parla. And then they would waste me. And then they would be able to daze my raptor. So I'm not going to do that. Ooh. More ways to play into daze. Does that rhyme? They could easily have A's in their hand because they didn't have an island in play for like 3 turns. I think I just Raptor here. It's very tempting to get Guide down, then play Landing, and then next turn play Raptor. Yeah, well... really going back and forth on it. I think that is actually better. The Tamiyo is not a super mega emergency. Behold, my 1/1 vampire. So you can flip your Tamiyo if you want to. But you would kind of also need a removal spell. Which you don't have. Unless you have Snuff. Snuff would be pretty good here. You're going to hit that. Yeah, I'll cash this in now. I don't think I need Mountain. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Weak, no bluff, yeah. Pretty much. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I thought you might do that. Exile's Daze, okay. Well, I'll go then, I guess. You can't really get back anything super spicy with Tamiyo, so you're just gonna keep plussing her. That's annoying. I guess this would have happened the same the other way around. Okay, well now we need to draw something. Ugh. I don't understand how this happened. Like, this game was fine. I guess I should have played Raptor the turn I played these two. I don't know. That just doesn't seem correct to me. It does not seem correct to do that. The keep, if anything. There was one other option here, which was I could have sacked my Guide of Souls. They pass with one card in hand. I could sack my Guide of Souls end step, and then now I could make a 4/4 Guide of Souls. The problem with that is they would just chump it with the Orc Army, and I wouldn't be able to pressure the Tamiyo effectively. How many lands did I draw after the keep? Because I kept, what, 5 lands? So I drew... This is 5 in my hand. I used 1, they wasted 1. So I drew 2 lands after the keep. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty average, isn't it? So maybe the keep is the issue. Anyway, I can draw... What can I draw? I guess any 2 for creature, which includes Sound Scout, jumps something to pressure Tamiyo. Bolt is another turn. You know what would be sick right now is Masked Meower. I'm just saying. If I had Masked Meower in my deck, that would be one of my outs. Because with Meower, you play it, you get energy, you go to 2. Then you attack with everything. You flip the landing. You make a guy, you get 3rd energy, and then you go to the Guide of Souls trigger and jump something. Oh, we can jump with Ajani Quarry? Yeah, fair. Good shout, Fire Kraken. We just have to hope that my opponent has nothing in their 2 cards in hand. Okay, we drew a Bolt. The Ajani thing still seems better to me, I think. It doesn't use a stack. So Force isn't an out for them. They haven't used any pushes yet, though, and they can just push the Guide. It's a question of whether bolting this will make any difference. It just doesn't make any difference, right? We're just pretty likely to whiff off the top. Yeah. I mean, Raptor technically does as well as Ajani, but Ajani's still better here. The other thing they could have is Borrower. They have a lot of stuff that interrupts this. So I think we're probably going to game 2. Yeah, maybe a leak for me is that a lot of my hand evaluation treats Raptor as though it's going to resolve. I.e. it's 2 cards. When, obviously for Thoughtseize or Force of Will, it's 1 card. I think we do have to attack with Guide so as to beat Bowmaster. Okay, well that worked, I guess. Goyf. That's pretty irrelevant here. I'm happy to say. I'm pleased to say. Down ticking Tamiyo. Okay, now we can bolt it. They just straight up had nothing. For some reason. Somehow. Doesn't shuffle. Curious. Now what? So, I would like to flip my Legion's Landing. Uncontroversially. I'm wondering if I'm willing to trade one of these and a bolt for this Nethergoyf. Because I could also just bolt Tamiyo. Problem is, if you have, like, let's say you have force. I guess this doesn't even trade with Nethergoyf because it's a 1-1 when it attacks. Maybe I'm not flipping landing this turn. I kind of want to. It would involve losing something. Let's say you block jump attack. Yeah, the problem with like these, I'm thinking I attack with a Ajani, this and this. And then if you block here, well then I already have to bolt Goyf. Yeah, I don't want to do any of those things. I could just attack with the Vampire token and the Cat Warrior token. And then you get to eat both for free, but I flip my landing. Which may be more impactful in the long run. I'm just going to do this. Because I think they might... Okay, fine. And I'm going to do this. I want to flip the landing this turn. I'm going to keep the Ajani. Oh, they didn't have Tamiyo plus that turn. I'm just really not on it today. At all. Yeah, sure. They didn't have Tamiyo plus, so... my guys are bigger than I thought they were. Anyway. It's going to be a big fat no on the Ajani for me. Because he is a token. But this seems like the kind of game where flipped Adanto is going to do a lot of work, so... Flip coward? I did. Is there a difference between a flip coward and a kick flip coward? Okay, we won that game. Haters be gone. Okay, let's get rid of these bolts. I don't like them in this matchup. And then we have one card. It's either landing or bombardment. Bombardment is good in this matchup, but one of the ways you lose is by, like, having no creatures. I think landing is really good. It's also 1 mana in a Daze matchup. It, like, is quote-unquote weak to Bowmasters, but it, like, soaks up Bowmasters so your prides can survive. I think I'm taking out bombardment. That might be blasphemy to some bombardment believers in chat, but it's like really good when you're winning bombardment, but against tempo you're not always winning. It should never have flipped considering push. Yeah, fair. Yeah, it should never have happened. Opponent didn't know how to play around the Legion's Landing. Look at this, Legion's Landing hand. It's beautiful. Sand Scout in hand, 2 lands in play, on the draw, can't lose. Can't lose. I might lose to that, though. Yeah, whatever. Kick the can down the road. I'll draw an answer to it, I'm sure. Can equals kicked. Whoops. Red sauce? Yeah. Thanks. Let's land. Bauble. Ball now? Okay. If you baubled on my turn, you'd be able to flip your Tamio. But sure. I guess they're desperate for that Orcish Bowmasters. That sweet, sweet Bowmaster. Okay, you got it. I think this is a Raptor moment. I would really like to remove this Tamio before trying to do anything with Ocelot Pride. I will take that. That kicks the can down the road. Further. There's a lot of can kicking going on. They're deep on the Ponder. Good choice of Ponder, though. Time shifted. All border Ponder. Appreciate that. It's the world's worst Thoughtseize. Have 5 cards in hand, you have 2 choices. They know about my Sand Scouts, though. So now they can sandbag their lands. Don't you think it's funny how, like... Oh! Sorry, it wasn't that funny. It just tickled me. Like, like that. Just the tilt of like not being able to pick. In round 2 of a challenge. Oh, that really tickles me. The mismatched Sand Scouts tilted them. Yeah, I should really get matching Sand Scouts, huh? It's because I was doing a weird, like, spec thing, and then I didn't... I only have 4 left now. Oh, wow. I missed the boat, actually, on getting the extended one as the 4th one, because that price has gone up a lot. I could have made a profit of, like, 5 ticks if I had exchanged them before, but now I wouldn't profit. Now I would lose a ticket. Look at these Sand Scout stonks. Because before the... Like, this was pretty high for a while, the regular one. But before, this was much cheaper. It was, like, down at 9-ish. So I was like, oh, I should just sell my regular one and get my 4th extended one. And then I would have matching Sand Scouts, and I would make, like, 5 ticks. And I waited too long. So now I'm not going to do it. What do you know? How many Sand Scouts do you have? I bought like I think I bought 14. And then now I've sold 10 of them. But I didn't make that much on them because they were never that cheap because all the commander sets, the stock is so low. So when I bought them, I was buying them for like 6 tickets each. And like as I was buying them, the price was going up because the supply was so low. So I bought 14, called it quits. And then, yeah, I sold them at like 10 to 13 each. So I guess I made like 50 tickets off that. You never spec? You gotta get into the MTGO finance, XJ. It's the only thing that makes me feel alive. You have real things to do. Quarry went up a lot. Because I decided I would never need 4 quarry, which is a dangerous thing to decide. I sold 2 of my quarries. But these were like legitimately pretty low for a while. They were like 5 tickets for a while. Yeah, I mean, when I bought my quarries, I would have bought them in June. So yeah, I bought them around 5. And I sold them for about 15 each. But I never spec'd on the quarries. I just sold like 2 of them. So we've managed to drive up the price of a couple of the cards. I mean, this is a modern card as well, right? But it was pretty cheap for a while. Now it's climbing. What else is in this deck? Staff was always... Again, Staff's a commander card, so it was always, like, pretty high. I have been saying for a while that Cradle should be playing at least 1 quarry. It's really good in Nick Fit as well. Quarry's just a really busted land. And you know, actually, I should say... Because I like to toot my own horn. I like to take a lot of credit for the Sand Scout stuff. I should say that there was someone in chat who was playing Quarry and Sand Scout before I was. Okay? And I only know they were playing Sand Scout because I went back and checked. My first memory of Sand Scout is seeing it on Scryfall. I did not see it in the deck list. But I do remember that person was playing Lazotep Quarry, and I did learn what Lazotep Quarry did from their stream. Would anyone in chat like to come forward and say that they were playing those cards in Constructed before I was? It was XJ Cloud. But he wasn't playing them in Legacy. There we go, there he is. Wasn't playing them in Legacy. All the Dual Commander players play Lazotep Quarry because they know it's good. Legacy players have never seen the card before. They never knew what it did. But it's a really good card. It's just a really powerful land. And I guess Dual Commander players were like, what's the next best land I can play in this slot? Because it's a singleton format. So you look deeper into the card pool. You tried them in Legacy briefly and you made a bad deck and you got bored. You're like that meme of the guy who turns around when there's diamonds on the other side of the tunnel. Hi, Crayola Twists. We played against Mardu Energy in round 1. We lost that. You know, before today, I don't think I had lost... I think I had maybe lost 1 Energy Mirror out of like 10, 15 Energy Mirrors that I'd played. And today I lost the Energy Mirror twice. It's hard to take. It's like losing the D&T mirror. It just really... It cuts very deep. So I lost to Mardu Energy round 1, and I played against Blue Black Tempo round 2 and won that. Oh, Ace came in second at the RCQ last weekend. They must be pretty annoyed then because they lost that final to Red White Energy as well. But yeah, Quarry definitely a dual commander card. Sand Scout I did not realize that was even in the failure list. But I went back and checked a list from a while ago, and it was in the failure list. Like, I don't know how soon after it came out, but it's definitely before I was playing it in Legacy. But it's so much worse in a singleton deck, right? Because when Sand Scout gets really bonkers is when you have 2 in play, and like you're playing, obviously like half your lands are fetch lands, which you can't do in a singleton format, and you're just making like 4 guys every turn cycle. It's insane. So it never quite reached the heights. Never quite realized the potential of the card in Dual Commander. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It got cut from failure. One day it will be cut from this shell. Hopefully not one day soon, but one day it will be cut from this shell because, like, at its core, it's just another 2-mana, like, 3/3. Like, Ajani is a 2-mana 3/3, and Sandscout's a 2-mana 3/3, and those are really good across 2 bodies in this shell. But, like, that's a replaceable effect. The other much worse deserts, yeah. I remember I was on 1 quarry for a long time. My entire deck is a lot worse than Singleton, yeah. Bolt's kind of busted at Singleton, I don't know. I was playing 1 quarry for a long time. And sometimes you draw it and you'd be like, oh, maybe I should be playing a second desert. And I went through all these options like Scavenger Grounds was the closest thing. I was like, seems very slow. People, because I think at that time I started talking about it with some people in Discord, and people were like, Shefet Dunes. I was like, no. No, I'm not going to play Shefet Dunes. Sorry. And then I kept like drawing the quarry, and I kept flipping Ajani with it, and I was like, wait, this is actually just a really good card. So it's just a really good card in the deck. I should just play 2 of those. So I added second quarry, never looked back. I think actually someone else added the second quarry first. I don't remember who, but I think someone else was playing 2 quarries, and I was like, oh, that's actually a good idea. Yeah, quarry's really good. If it wasn't like a colorless land, it would be like, if it wasn't a colorless land in a deck that really wants to play 4 Wasteland, it would be great. Because you're really starting to push the mana when you're playing 6 colorless lands, right? In your 2-color deck. Congrats, AT36, on your 4/1. 6 colorless lands works well in, like, where is it? This deck. Because you're monocolor. So the Helios one is, like, free, basically. And actually, like, really good. But 6 colorless lands is really pushing it for 2 color. Whereas if you play it in Nick Fit, you're not playing Wastelands, so you can just play, like, the quarries are basically free. I need to revisit this Nick Fit list at some point and make it better. There's definitely a good Nick Fit list available. You probably just play 2 Deathclaws. I played against Nick Fit FNM the other day. They had 2 Deathclaws. I was like, yeah. Similar to the quarry moment. I was like, yeah, I guess 2 is better than 1. You know? You can try out Legion's Landing. Don't get too excited. It's only fine. I like the fact that this taps, like, this, they could have easily printed, I don't know the whole cycle, but they could have easily printed this as a colorless land, right? It could have been like tap for colorless and then 2 and a white, make a guy. But they made it tap for white, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that they made it tap for white. That goes a long way for me, personally. Yeah, Killer Whale is the guy that won the RCQ with energy. I did not recognize Ace's name, but Ace, I guess, was the the finalist. Lost to Killer Whale. Killer Whale, I believe, is a modern energy player who has recently hopped over to Legacy Energy. But we take those. We don't discriminate. You know, we can't all be OG, dyed in the wool Legacy Energy players that never played it in Modern. You know? No man is without sin. We've all played Modern at some point. Bolt again is not very exciting. I guess both were pretty good in that match. Bolt would have been great if I'd ever seen it in round 1. That's for sure. Landing was not very good in round 1, but that's not really. It's not really what it's for. Yeah, Bolt like cleared the back half of a Tamio, right? When otherwise it could have been awkward. I don't know. I mean, I should probably just play Halia. I don't know. Landing does a couple of things that Halia doesn't do, but Halia is very good. One of the things I quite like about this, about like playing no staff, no Halia, is apart from Sunbait Canyon, you have no cards in your deck that say the words draw a card on them. Which actually really, I think, improves your blue-black matchup, because it just makes it that much less likely that they're going to somehow blow you out with Bowmasters on a key turn, you know? And I do worry about that. Because sometimes 2 Bowmaster pings is like 2 creatures. You know, like they kill a Pride and an Amped Raptor, and you're just like, So having nothing that says draw a card on it is pretty good. You know, while still providing value through like Raptor, Scout, Quarry, Landing shenanigans. Well, honestly, maybe like Della L, maybe we should just play 4 Street Wraith. Like, we're already playing Sunbait Canyon. We don't care about our life total. Just run 4 Street Wraith. I mean, that really would be bad into Bowmasters. But Raptor into Street Wraith. Okay, fine. Bauble. 4 Bauble. Manamorphose. I mean, Raptor into Manamorphose sounds like gas to me. Amped Raptor, draw a card, play another 2-drop from my hand. I mean, I guess that's just Amped Raptor. That's actually just Amped Raptor, isn't it? Amped Raptor into Manamorphose. Except sometimes you can play 2 1-drops. The weird equip or staff might be something. What's the weird equip? I've played staff. Staff is fine. You can play staff if you want to. It's just clunky. I lose staff in the mirror, like, it's a good card. I just don't really, I don't like it. I like it in mono white, and I like it in black white. I just don't like it in red white. You just want to be more, I feel like red white is like the, like, really streamlined, very aggressive deck. And staff isn't great for that. But yeah, I play, my mono white list has 2 staff. My black white list has 2 staff. Although honestly, Halia might be better here. Because it's better with some of this stuff. Yeah, I might want Halia over staff here. If Legacy descends into energy mirrors, I think mono white is the best place to be, because you just don't lose the Wasteland War, and you just gain obscene amounts of life, and you have a main deck tutorable answer to Bombardment in Farm Animals. So I think the mono white life is pretty sweet if Legacy becomes like dual decks energy versus oops. Just squeeze Dimir out of the format. Seems unlikely, but Oh, you're talking. The equipment you're talking about is Glimmer Lens. Yeah, yeah. Glimmer Lens is like, it's a card that is almost. It's really good in cube, and it's in that tier of cards that's like not quite there for legacy. It's like something like Gut. I guess Gut's... Would Gut be playable if she wasn't legendary? I don't think so. Like, Gut is really good in cubes. Just not quite there for legacy. And Lens is in that tier. It just doesn't get there. Like, you just play it and you're like, oh, I could have played a legacy card instead. I mean, to be fair, people used to say the same stuff about Sand Scout. Look at him now. But... her now. But... Lens isn't quite there. It would need to have like a free equip cost or something. Like the fact that you need to spend 2 mana to equip it after they bounce the token or whatever is like... I mean, if you want to jam a Stoneforge Mystic package, I would recommend something like... Where is it? Something like this. Which is just the red-white taxes list. The stock list has 2 Form Aware and no Swarm. I actually haven't tried Swarm here yet, but I think it could be kind of funny with Guide of Souls. So. I think Stoneforge is... I think to play Stoneforge, you either have to play Yorion or Brainstorm. I don't think there's a non-Yorion, non-Brainstorm Stoneforge deck. I know there's like a... There's that like silly Dominique Tutor black-white deck that top 8 at a challenge recently, but Dominique Tutor plays like... I really like their lists, but they're not like optimized lists. But yeah, like Dominique Tutor's MTG Goldfish page is just full of absolute bangers. If you've never looked at that page... pretty great. But yeah, I think if you want to play Stoneforge and like some of the energy cards, because like Stoneforge is not good with... It's like not a good follow-up to Ocelot Pride, right? In any universe, really. So yeah, the Cradle Energy deck is really cool. I need to try some version of that at some point. I haven't gotten around to it. It's on my list. Maybe a stream next week we'll try that. Because, again, I look at that list and I think I could improve this. Whether or not that's true, well, I guess we'll find out. But yeah, the problem you have with like something like Stoneforge is like, okay, well, I wanna upgrade the power level of these 4 slots. Well, I don't want to change any of the other cards because the other cards are good. So I can't do anything wacky. I can't do any wacky packages, you know. I've got 4 slots max because, you know, maybe I just want to change 2 of these cards or whatever, right? I just need something that will slot in. There's a really good card that nobody's really playing, which is this card, Agate Instigator. It's 2 mana 1/3, which is a really nice stat line in like a Bowmaster world. And when another creature enters, it pings people, and you can offspring it. So it's Flood Insurance. You need double red to offspring it, which is a little dicey. It's probably fine, but you can offspring it and you get a token copy. Well, you know, if you have City's Blessing, forget about it, right? Yeah, it's in the Cradle 5. I'm saying I very strongly considered this card for red-white, and eventually I decided to test Sand Scout first, and I never looked back because Sand Scout was so good. But because Sand Scout's a lot scrappier than Instigator. Instigator's more of like a combo card, but it's really good. Like the floor on this card is not low. Like it's a red permanent. It's a 1/3. Cradle list. So what I would do is I would look at Dominique Tutor's MTG Goldfish page, just because it's a work of art by itself. And then we're going to need to find something like... Is it even being classified as OPM anymore? Or is it... I mean, what is that? What is this? Like I say, it's just great reading this whole list. They're on Skincare Century. I haven't tried that card. It doesn't seem very good to me. Yeah, okay, something like this. I think this was the first draft. And then... This looks like the second draft. I mean, the drafts are all very different, but who can say whether they're getting better or worse over time? But yeah, there's like... Okay, so this is just Mardu with 4 bombardments. I love it. Yeah, so there's a solid 4 different versions of this Cradle deck. I don't know, like, which version you want. I guess I'll give you the 4th version. We'll see if MTGBot lets me put links in my own chat. There you go. Yeah, this... I was just saying, some of you might have been caught by the ad, but, like, this is version number 4 of 4 different posted lists. I guess maybe you want version number 2 because that's the highest placing. I don't know. I think adventurous is a great word for it. I floated when Countryside, not to keep claiming all credit for myself. Dominique and I don't talk. I don't know if they're an English speaker. They're not in any Discords as far as I know. But like, when Countryside was spoiled, I said you can play 5-color energy with this. Like, you can play in the same list. You can play Bowmaster, all the white cards, Raptor, Mockingbird, and like whatever green card you want, if you want any green cards. And that was what I was thinking. I was like, you just play like all the good cards. And I was thinking white base so that you can still play swords. Like you have just enough white sources to play swords. And then you play like creatures from all the other colors. They've gone in a very different direction with it, where they've gone for this like Cradle mana base, where they play like a bunch of mana dorks and cubs. And then like weirdly these Vibrance Wistfulness stuff. I don't really see the point of these. I don't know how well they synergize with the rest of the list, but anyway. And then playing the Sumori, which, again, like, when my game plan is mostly focused around, like, 8 1-mana cards that can't be discounted by Amori, I'm not excited about playing Amori. I'd rather play Swords. So, yeah, I floated the idea of this, and people were like, maybe. And I never got around to building it. But it's cool that, like, you know, great minds, and that there is some success with this. If I were to build this, maybe we should do it now, actually. How much time do we have? Maybe after the next round I'll build this, but... Is it 7 mana 4/5? Yeah, but you can just play Gigantha. Like, just play Gigantha. Just play Gigantha. If I were to build this, I would play like a lot of white sources. And then like, yeah, 12-ish, 10 to 12-ish rainbow sources. Why do we want to play Vibrance? I don't want to play Vibrance. Is this card good? I don't think I would play Cradle. Like, we're talking about 2 different lists, first of all. Like, the only thing that we have in common is we're playing Abundant Countryside and the Energy Package. And Ziggurat. I think I would play Ziggurat too. Red deal 7. Oh. With Bombardiers? Yeah, fine. I'm not sure I would play Bombardiers either. Look, I've done silly energy Bombardier stuff. Where is my Boros Big Boys deck? I for a while I ran a few leagues with like various versions of trying to make Catharsis Bombardiers happen. Because Catharsis is really good. I'm just putting that out there. Like, in energy, Catharsis is insane. Like, you spend 2 white and you get 3 Guide of Souls triggers and 2 1/1s. And, like, if you spend 2 red, you just can just, like, pump your team, kill a Tamiyo, whatever, right? Like, Catharsis is insane. So I tried various... it says Kirol in it. But, like, I tried various decks where I tried to make Catharsis work. And it just wasn't really happening. Because the big problem is that, like, as good as Bombardiers and stuff is, it's just not as good as a Raptor. Like, Raptors... I don't want to use this word because everybody tosses this word around, but Raptor is broken. Like, Raptor fundamentally... Like, Magic says, okay, you can have card advantage or you can have tempo, but, like, if you want one, then you have to spend the other. And Raptor's just like, no. I'll do both. Like, Raptor is fundamentally broken. So, if you're going to play a deck that could be built with Raptor in mind, then you should probably build it with Raptor in mind. So it makes stuff like Pitch Elementals and Bombardiers and stuff like pretty... because you're giving up Raptor to play those things. Oh, I bet it's a Value Vintage staple. Yeah, it's a cheap card. Dinosaur Synergies? I've done that Scryfall search. I've done that Scryfall search. There are some good dinosaurs. But the problem is none of the good dinosaurs care about dinosaurs. So at that point you're relying on, like, Cavern or whatever to make the dinosaur type matter, but there's no, like, good dinosaur lord. This is a really strong dinosaur. There's also Nick Fit Special Indoraptor. You used to combo people out with this and Greater Gargadon. Bloodthirst X. There are some good dinosaurs. But yeah, the version I'm thinking is, like, I would probably play Thalia's and Lavinia's main. Just to have something to do against combo. Maybe not Thalia, but definitely Lavinia, because you just don't care about colors anymore. So you can just play a bunch of Lavinia's main. And yeah, I would play Mockingbirds. I would just play all of the cards that people splash for in energy and just put them all in one place, rather than, like, trying to do something new like this. Although I respect the hustle, of course. Okay. Round 3. Hermano MLG is our opponent. Oh, and we have both of our bad cards in our opening hand. I wonder if that means we should mulligan. Sand is good if I draw lands. And it's actually decent. I can play things for 3 turns without drawing any lands. And then once I do, I get to play 2 cards. I mean, am I being silly again by keeping? No. I've seen too many hands where I have, like, a bunch of cards and then, like, Quarry Wasteland as my only lands. I've seen so many of those hands that I'm just like, if I can ever avoid mulliganing, I will. And if that makes me a bad person, I don't care. Like, if they are not a Wasteland deck, then I can fetch a plateau and just be live. I mean, that is a punish. I will admit that's a punish, but that would happen in any energy hand. Like, that makes it imperative that I draw a land. And even then. But yeah, I didn't come here to win against Chalice. I've made deck choice and deck building decisions that mean that Chalice is very good against me. And I acknowledge that. And if I'd won the die roll, this Chalice isn't even that good against this hand. I just have an Ocelot Pride in play. What is this with Chalice and Bauble? Affinity, right? Some affinity lists are on Chalice. So, Raptor's not very good because it probably hits a 1-drop. Having said that, it does clear a 1-drop off the top of my deck. The good 2-drops, so I can hit Voice, I can hit Bombardment. I think anything I want to hit with Raptor, I'd rather hit with Ajani in play. Where is our Squelcher? Yeah, I mean, I would have 2 Squelchers in my hand if I played the other list. Right? I made deck building decisions that made my deck worse against Chalice, and I am willing to live with that. I am not targeting Chalice decks right now. If I really wanted to target Chalice decks, I'd probably play Mono White. That list is also very good against Chalice. That's this list here. This list is good against Chalice because you have Halia and you have 4 Witch Enchanter and you have 2 Helios 1. So you just have like a gajillion main deck answers to Chalice. You have Thalia as well. You just don't care about Chalice. So if you don't like losing to Blood Moon or Chalice or Wasteland, then play Mono White. Spider-Punk was a hero, yeah. He was. Ooh, Caracas. Yeah, Chalice into Cap Cannoneer is a good way to beat energy. Squelcher would also get us through Ward, yeah. This is the ultimate, like, cut Squelcher Punisher lap. It's possible I am supposed to cast this. I think I am supposed to cast this. Just in case I draw Quarry, it means I don't have to spend mana casting the one from my hand. I guess I'll say go. I don't think flipping... Like, if I attack with the Cat Warrior... Well, if I attack with the Cat Warrior, I deal 2 damage to you. And then you have to waste your Kappa Cannoneer attack. It's possible. I think I probably should have attacked with Cat Warrior there. Because they don't really want to waste a... Oh, they have Shadow Spear? Oh, I'm just doomed. They don't really want to waste a Kappa Cannoneer attack on my Ajani. Shadow Spear is really good. Yeah, with Shadow Spear, there's nothing we can do. Would Squelcher have won us this game? I think probably yes. Because we would have been able to prison the... Oh no! AT36. Squelcher would not let us prison the Kappa Cannoneer because Squelcher does not stop abilities from being countered. But, you know who does stop abilities from being countered? I'm going to let Firecracken take that one. So we would have lost with Squelcher. Because we would have just still lost to the Kappa Cannoneer. We don't have anything that can compete with that. Spider-Punk, baby! Spider-Punk doesn't let your abilities be counted, so you can static prison stuff with board. Or solitude them. But if you tried to do that with Squelcher, you'd have a bad time. Unless you're playing a paper tournament. And then you'd probably be fine. Because nobody would notice. Okay. Well... I guess I'm not... I guess you have to have no artifact. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. You can actually just win with the trample. So, okay. Abrades, Wear Tears, Pyros. I'm not certain how good Flute is. It stops you from activating Shadow Spear, which is probably pretty good. Let's see what we have to bring out. I don't like... Well, actually, I think I do like Bolt. It kills Emissary on turn 1. I think I'm into Bolt. I think I'm not into... Well... I think I'm not into landing. I don't like Voice or Sand Scout in this matchup. Like, yes, they have counter magic, but the Voice often has like no attacks because of large and in charge robots. So in that case, I will play the Flutes. We'll do something like this. And yeah, I know I'm not playing around Chalice at all, but Flute can stop Emery. That is true. What do we think, chat? Are you gonna get Chaliced again? Nah, never. Couldn't happen twice. In all seriousness, I doubt they're on 4 Chalice. Most lists are not on 4 Chalice. But I'm not gonna mulligan perfectly cromulent hands just because I'm afraid of Chalice. They have a Force. Okay, that makes Chalice scarier. Bauble. This looks like Emery to me. Oh no? Just Baublin. You just kept like 7, I guess with a Force. You just kept a Dawdley Bauble in hand. Alright. I wouldn't necessarily say it's hard. In fact, one of the ways you beat constructs is just by chump attacking through them, right? They go tall, not wide. What do I do now? I don't think I should wasteland them. It's only really good to wasteland them if they don't have another blue source, and they just probably do. I could also play Goblin Bombardment. Like, I could just take the opportunity. I think it is higher impact to hold up swords in case of Emissary, so that I can swords with the first trigger on the stack. And then it's a question of whether I play Mesa so that I can Surveil, or whether I play Caracas so that they can't play Emery. But I mean, I would probably rather they did play Emery, right? Like they used some mana to do that. It's probably better for me. I think I want to Surveil. But yeah, I think it's tempting to play out Bombardment for the mana, but okay. Well, I guess I can Swords that. Nothing else. Do you have another Force? It feels like you have another Force. Because what? I guess you could have Cannoneer is not playable on this board. Do I want that? I guess I do. So you next turn you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Land is 6, and you play Cannoneer. So I should really swords this on my turn, which means I can't play Pride this turn, which means I don't really want it in my hand because then they can play a Chalice. Like, I think I would rather draw a Quarry than a Pride, if that makes sense. A Braid. Well, now I have other options. I could try and kill your lands. It's probably not a good idea. Oh, man. I'm going to do this in upkeep so they can't just cycle their Bauble, because I think they have a Kappa Cannon here. Like, with 3 cards in hand and no plays. Okay, they didn't have another force. This is not where I want to be against Affinity. I want to be doing my thing because they have such poor interaction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you need a 0-drop artifact. There's the Chalice. I have an Abrade for that if I want it. I also have a Wear Tear. Oh my god. So I need to take actions that will stop you from playing a Kappa Cannoneer. What does that mean? Like, should I kill both of your blue sources? And if so, how? This is just all so painful when I have no pressure, right? I'm just like spinning my wheels, or theirs. It's entirely probable I will need one of these disenchants for the Chalice. But if I don't use both on their lands, then I need to wasteland them. And if I wasteland them, then I'm not playing Jegantha for my pressure, and I'm also not going to be able to pull the emergency button on Static Prison to Kappa Cannoneer and pay the 4, you know? Which is something I might need to do at some point. But I could also just pull the trigger on killing this Chalice now. But then I would still need to abrade at least one of their lands. It's really difficult. I think I'm going to abrade a land and wasteland a land. I'm gonna hit the blue sources. And I'm going to hold the Wear Tear to kill the Chalice and, like, maybe a Saga, right? Because here they need a soul land, like, they need, like, a soul land and a petal. You have a Patchwork, okay. Patchwork, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God. So if they have a 0-drop or a land. They did not have a land last turn. They still need a blue source, though, to play the Kappa Cannoneer. So, am I now just blowing up this Chalice and playing Pride? I believe so, yes. Okay, so they finally cracked the bauble, which means they're giving up on Cannoneer for now. They're going to try and go the distance on this Automaton, which does not match up well against Pride. Another Chalice. Oh, a Dismember. Okay, that's pretty good for them. They are a wasteland away from being totally cooked, though. Oh no, they have a land. They have a land. I can't abrade this. I can prison it. 1, 2, 3, 4. You would need a soul land, and you could play a Cannoneer. The problem with prisoning this is I just don't know how long it's going to be under the prison. Like, I have nothing going on. I really have nothing going on. So I have to try and fade a soul land here, I think. Does this thing double? Is this a soul land for Cannoneer? It's not, right? Because you have to tap it twice. You would have to tap it twice. Ooh. Okay, so we're getting Cannoneered. The one thing that we didn't want to happen happened. But they are at 5. Did we side out Bolt? We sided out Bolt. We didn't side out Bolt. Clever girl. Is it Johnny lethal? Not quite, right? Oh my god. This. Okay, I will use it now. This is what happens when you, like... I don't want to say overboard, because I don't think we overboarded, but it's what happens when you draw all of your interaction in what is essentially a race. Okay. That's annoying. We drew Bolt. Okay, we just need them to tap a tomb. So there's no way we can prison the Cannoneer. We don't have time for that now. If he plays 2 artifacts, there's no way for you to play 2 artifacts, correct? Oh, you could play a Shadow Spear. Right? If you drew Shadow Spear, you could... Or Skateboard. You could play Equip. How much is Skateboard to equip? Abraded Petal and hope they tap Tomb? That's what I'm thinking about, yeah. I think I'm going to use Prison instead. Skateboard's only 1 to equip, yeah. I'm going to use the Prison. Because now if they draw Skateboard, I can abrade it and not die. Use Caracas mana. Why? I'm going to go to 2. If they use Tomb for Skateboard equip, I'll bolt them. Does anything I do make a difference here? So they could have hard cost force. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking about abrading the petal. There's nothing I could draw that would punish me for not casting Bolt here, right? It will tap your untapped red source. Okay, then I'll float a red. There's no issue here that I can see. I think I'm going to do this because I don't think there's anything I can draw that costs 3, right? That would, like, be lethal with bombardment. I just need to draw a Ajani. Do this. Okay, so second bolt does it. Any of the 4 Ajanis in the deck do it. Raptor into a creature does it. Anything else? I guess unless they draw an artifact, I could draw a blocker. So they're at 1, effectively. So they just need to draw an artifact they can cast by not tapping a tomb. Oh, no! Oh. Oh, that's so annoying. I want you to know. I want you to know. What excruciating game. Wow, we just had no action. Okay, I'm gonna get some food. I'll be back in a minute. I'm back. Looks like we won't have time to brew up 8 Zig before the next round. I think we will keep limping through this challenge at 1-2. But this is the starting point anyway. I think you play 2-3 Caracas as well. Like I say, I want to make this base white. Start with 3. Some number of planes, etc. Then you play Raptor. Burmasters. Swords to Plowshares. It's like the only non-creature spell you play is swords. Because we'll find a way to make the mana work that you can cast swords on like turn 2 on average. And you play some number of Mockingbird, probably not 4. But I think I'll start with 4. Something like this. Just gonna go and grab my dinner so I can eat while I play round 4. Okay. I think that I'm going to keep this because it has a Johnny Bomber. And look, I even have a 1-drop. Channeler. Just took out Sneak and Show. Good job. I am not sure what the play is here. I think it's Legion's Landing. Before I drew the Pride, I think I would have swords this Channeler. With Pride in hand, I like playing Legion's Landing. Talon. Okay, so it's this deck. Fine. That helps me. That information helps me because it means I can just blow the swords on the Channeler without worrying too much about Murktide. Because I don't think this deck plays Murktide usually. The Wasteland is, of course, a little annoying. No plays. Or no attacks. Doesn't want to trade. Fair enough. I think I will trade. Okay. How does Pride sound? You probably have a daze. You don't have a daze. Cool. I get a 1/1. That seems pretty important. Upkeep. Bolt my pride. Okay. Is there a reason why Boros is more popular? I would actually say that Mardu is more popular, in my experience. Boros has had a good fortnight recently, but I think Mardu's more popular overall. I can tell you why I prefer Boros. I like the mana more. The Mardu mana is really bad. I think that's maybe not apparent to people who are new to Legacy, because like it's a 3-color deck. It has fetch lands. What are you talking about? But Wasteland is such a staple of Legacy that playing 3 colors and no cantrips, like no hand smoothing to find those colors, is actually really dicey in Legacy. Yeah, so... and then, of course, Mardu is pretty much priced into playing its own Wastelands, which makes the mana even worse. And so I would stick to 2 colors, just for that reason. I also don't really like discard that much, but that's more of a playstyle thing. Obviously, the discard helps you against unfair decks. Not disputing that. So what happens if I play this Bombardment? You didn't have a counter last turn. Do you have a counter this turn? Did you surveil? You put it on top, whatever you surveilled, and then you didn't play a land? That makes me think you probably do have a counterspell. Which makes me think I want to lead on voice. Yeah, Thoughtseize is a fun card. I just find that people tend to draw whatever I Thoughtseize. I'm going to voice. If it doesn't resolve, great. If it does resolve, that makes my Bombardment next turn even better. The only way I get punished for not playing Bombardment this turn is if you flip Channeler, like if you get Delirium. Puts Daze in the graveyard. Interesting. Draws a land. Plays what? Another talent? A Ponder. Okay, so you could get Delirium if you surveil a creature or an enchantment here. Or an artifact. Okay. Nah. Yeah, there's the punish. Yeah, okay. Felt like holding the Bombardment and the Ajani was the right thing to do, but... I mean, it just means we have to Swords this thing instead, which is probably fine. This is a lot of damage this turn, though. Can I take it? I think I can take it, Because I think this vampire token can jump at pretty much any point in the game. So. How worried am I about force? Is there any draw here that would change my plan? I don't think so. I'm just going to do this. Well, I guess I would have played that first. But now I get to play... Well, do I want to play that? Yeah, I'll play that. Did I miss a life point by not swinging with Vampire Token last turn or the turn before? I can't remember. I think I missed some life gain here. I'm not on my best at the moment. That's okay. I was ill at the weekend. I'm going to keep using that as my excuse. Thanks, AT. I had tonsillitis. I went to the doctor on Monday and I got some antibiotics. But they've made me feel a bit woozy, the antibiotics. I don't know if they're supposed to do that. Apparently it's possible with some, like, penicillins. Make you a little woo, you know. But apparently I was the good woozy yesterday because I won 2 leagues, but not today. Are you gonna... Yeah, you're gonna punish me now for swordsing? Yeah, okay. Well, that's fine. If I draw a land here and they don't have a daze... Oh, I have a land. Haha, I have a Legion's Landing. I have a Legion's Land. So they need daze or force. Because otherwise I think I might be able to kill this Murktide, you know. I guess I have a land again. So do I want to play around days, I guess is the question. Because what I can do is I can play bombardment and then attack. Yeah, I think I like that more. You get to eat my voice, which is, I think, actually fine. Playing around days is always a mistake. Classic Patrick. They can't counter it, it's my turn. Oh, yeah. Oh, well. I get to surveil, I guess. It doesn't make too much of a difference playing the Ajani before combat. I guess maybe it means I can kill the... I don't think it means I can kill the Murktide, right? Maybe it means I can save my voice because I can do something like 4 creatures, 1 damage, 4 damage is 5 damage, and then I can sack the 2 guys on attacks. Yeah. So I could have saved my voice by playing the Ajani before combat. This way, it's going to be... Oh, this way they could force my Ajani. So this could be a big mistake. Because if they force my Ajani, I am... like... really not in a good place. So... I'll deal 4 to this. 3, 2... Yeah. Works out the same, but I lose my voice. Okay. So this could be a massive mistake if they have force. A certified punt. Get ready with the exclamation point punt in chat. Yeah, that's fine. Never punished. Would have been nice to have a voice in play, though. So I guess I could have saved my 1-1. I must have done the maths wrong. What else is new? You can bolt? How many bolts do you have? It's like infinite bolts. Channeler. Yes, frivolous Pip is a good word for it. I forgot this is a cat. Can you tell I've never played this deck before? Wouldst thou like to live frivolously? Yes. Okay. That's annoying. It's also weird. Like, what does that achieve? Surely it would be better to bounce your Stormchaser's talent. I cannot imagine it would be better not to do that. Right, but you dig much more effectively by bouncing your own Stormchaser's talent. I don't want this. Yeah, I'll take that. Why would I need to make a token first? I'll just make a token in their end step. I see no reason to make a token there. That's lethal, right? This is game one? Okay. Pride only doubles the vampire token if you gained life that turn. I was not gaining any life that turn, Pip. You got me on the 1-1, 2-1 cat thing, but you're not going to get me on everything. Okay? I like a braid here. I like Bolt too. What do I not like? What do I not like against blue-red? Whoops. I don't like voice that much, actually. I think... It's very much designed to kill fair blue decks, yeah. I think I don't want voice, and I'll shave a bombardment because you can get choked on bombardments. I think I like landing because it makes life, it gains you life. Life is good. I think I like Sand Scout just cause. Yeah. Voice is just pretty medium, like, you kind of saw it in that game. Like, I would spend 2 mana to play Voice, and they would spend 1 mana to kill it with a Bolt. Like, everything else in the deck, either it's making multiple guys when it enters, or soon after, like Sand Scout and Ajani, or Raptor, or it's cost 1, right? This hand is a little dicey just because of Wasteland. Yeah, Squelcher. I discussed Squelcher at the start of the stream. Squelcher's fine. I think it is solidly overrated. I don't think it's a bad card that you shouldn't run it. I think that you have options, and Squelcher is one of the options. And a lot of people are just playing Squelcher just because, I think. Pyroclasm post board. In your tokens deck? Maybe. I'm not really worried about that. Ranger Captain is a very cool card, yeah. I think I tried Ranger Captain in the original, my first version of Mono White. I tried Ranger Captain. But it wasn't good there either. This hand is like really weak to Wasteland. It's fine though. A lot of hands can't really play around Wasteland. Yeah, I can't think of a Legacy deck that successfully used Ranger Captain at any point. Interesting. I'm just gonna do this. I think this hand was a mull. I think if this is a colored land, it's a keep. But because it's specifically Quarry, it's a mull. And I think if this was Wasteland, it would also be a mull. I think you need 2 colored lands. Ranger Cat plus Cauldron. Yeah. Cauldron is also a card that's like arguably too slow for Legacy. It's obviously seeing some play in Painter, but it's a very sweet card that is just slightly overcosted for Legacy. Yeah, there's the Wasteland. Come on, deck, bail me out. Don't make me look bad for playing bad. That's not fair. Thanks. I'm gonna eat my dinner while this game is going on. Again, I don't think my opponent is using boomerang basics in an appropriate way. I'm just gonna say that. Well, that was pretty much complete non-game. I'm gonna finish my dinner. Okay, well, we're flying through this challenge tonight. I'll be back in just a second. Sound looks like a keep to me, though. I have returned. Bearing. Dessert. Okay. Opponent kept 7. probably Sneak and Show. Like, keep 7 Thundering Falls, F6 your turn? Yeah. Oh, wow. It wasn't Sneak and Show. It was Blue-Red Painter. Based opponent spotted. Yeah, I haven't actually played against this deck yet. The Suicam deck. I should have attacked with... I'm leaking all over the place. I should have attacked with Sand Scout first, see if they'd block. Because then post-combat I can play Bombardment and just really get them. But I didn't allow them to make that mistake. So I'm going to wait here. Bombardment should be really good against this deck because, well, there is Tiny Boy. I have enough creatures in play to kill Painter Servant. Which is nice, but I don't need to. I mean, it might not be like stock, Pip, but I think you can splash 1 or 2 copies off like Opals. So. And you're just adding a new angle to your red painter deck. I don't think you need to go full blue-red. Yeah, that's funny. Green, white, red, and blue. So, the first strike is broken. Which makes this attack pretty much safe. I suppose they could trade their board for mine if they wanted to, but they don't want to. Four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, perfect. I get 2 Guide of Souls. Double Strike's busted in half. As is this. Check this out. I just made like 7 power. I guess I can let them untap. I'm almost certainly killing this Goblin Shaman before attacks, but even that might not be strictly necessary. It wasn't necessary. So a question mark for this is whether Pyroblast is worth it, and I think Pyroblast is not worth it. I could also see one Surgical, but I would be cutting a Sand Scout for it, and I actually think Sand Scout's pretty good. Like the game we just saw, for example. And they are a Fable version, which means that they're not quite as fast. So I'm going to leave the Surgical and the Cyborg for now. I think no, I'm going to reveal Gigantha. You could hide Gigantha here to bluff Leyline. But it doesn't seem very high EV to me. This hand is pretty bad. I think I can mold this hand. The Wasteland is good. It's just if you go turn 1 Welder, I don't really have a... Like, what am I going to do? Prison your Welder on turn 1? I think I have much better hands than this. I mean... I wouldn't say this is much better. I think I will keep it, rather than go to 5. I actually think having a Braid in hand is slightly better than having Static Prison in hand. They didn't go turn 1 Welder, so that's good. What do we think of the odds on Mages of the Moon in the blue-red deck? I guess I'm just unlikely to be punished by basic planes, so... Famous last words. There's a Painter. Well... What happens if I just abrade that? Like... You just have a blast though, don't you? I abrade that, you blast this, or you blast the abrade. If you blast the abrade, that's kind of a disaster. If it's a bluff, it's a good one. Well, that's really bad for me. Interesting. They're pretty far down on cards. I will cast one of these. That's a resolve. That's reasonable. Blast that? Fine. I'm not gonna hold. I'm not gonna bluff removal here. If you like 2 cards in hand, they're the time I'm on is Grindstone off Saga here. So I could attack with Pride. Offer to for Pride to die. Flip Ajani. Make a guy, and then if I draw a red permanent, I can kill your Painter. Otherwise, I'm bringing back Pride with Well, actually, I don't get to draw a red permanent before this goes off, right? Because I do get to play Gigantha in 2 turns. But by that time, they already have a Grindstone. And I can flip my Ajani at any time. So I don't think there's great upside to attacking. I'm just going to say go. I guess... Okay, so I guess the problem is if I flip my Ajani, I only have 2 creatures in play. That's a good draw. We take those. We do take those. I'll put the Gigantha in my hand. Leave some cats back to block the Saga token. Destroy the Saga token. Was gonna play something but didn't. Interesting, interesting. Could I get a Raptor, please? Oh, you have a Scamter board. You have a Scamter board this, and not equip. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I think I'm just gonna surveil. Like, I'm just in the waiting room for a red permanent. They don't have anything. Yeah. Just keep staring at each other. I'm more likely to draw out of this than they are. That is not a red permanent because I... hang on. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh my god. It's like, either way, like, with this or with Gigantha, I have a red permanent in 2 turns. So it's like, do I get rid of this to try and draw an answer to a red permanent or an answer to Painter Servant this exact turn? In case they have Grindstone on top. But it has to be specifically Grindstone. They play like 2 copies. No, actually, Goblin Engineer wins 2. Goblin Engineer wins 2, so that's worth considering here. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna leave it on top. There are ways this goes wrong, but there are ways it goes very right for me. So now what I'm gonna do is I am gonna attack with Pride. Because if this flips, then I can play Sand Scout, Sack Canyon, and kill the Painter Servant. Yeah. Hang on. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, okay. So I have to make multiple permanents. That's fine. 9. Canyon. I have outs off this. Not many, but some. I thought I was going to have 2 mana. I'm not. It's fine. So I make a bunch of guys, and then you have to draw engineer or grindstone. Okay. That's a rebuy for you. Sure, you have a 2-3. Now what? What if I just start attacking? Yeah, let's do that instead. Let's stop trying to kill this Painter Servant and start trying to kill our opponent. So now we'll play Quarry and rebuy Pride and make a bunch of power. A very risky red permanent. What does that mean? Just makes like a gajillion power. It may even be lethal. So you block both prides, you take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not quite. Okay, we're doing a braid. Which is good. We need to have enough mana. What happens if I braid this? You block here, you take 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Oh. Okay, so you have to chump. No, you don't have to. Right. You just die if I braid, basically. Unless you have Blast. It just seems unlikely you would have Blast. Let's play the Canyon. Or braid the Construct. And this should be exact. Lethal. I guess this is pretty dumb if they have, right, something like this. Because then I definitely should have abraded the Painter Servant. Yeah, okay. I deserve to lose this game. I just had a removal spell for a Painter Servant and didn't use it. And the best part is it would have still been lethal. I just couldn't then, like, crack Canyon and draw something irrelevant. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. I'm now dead to Welder as well. Sure, I will crack the Canyon and draw something irrelevant. Okay, I deserve to lose because I just, like, didn't kill the Painter. Yeah, this. I don't think you have 2 cards to get you out of this, right? Unless you have, like, Grindstone LED. Okay. I suppose Welder... Land Welder. No, you need another... You need, like... Opal Welder. Okay. Never punished. 3-2 from 1-2. We're clawing it back, chat. We're clawing it back. I don't think we can top 8. Seems like essentially impossible. How many players in this event? 48? Yeah, no chance. No chance. Okay, back to brewing with 8 Zig. So I need, what, like 14 white sources for swords? That would bring me up to 22 lands. That's fine. That's doable. But I need... We could play Lazotep Quarry. We could just play Lazotep Quarry without... Just play Lazotep Quarry without... Sand Scout? Is that worse than just Mana Confluence? Probably. We need 13 rainbow sources. And 14 white sources. The problem is what to play as white sources. Right? Just plains? Seems bad. But there's nothing else. You could play like that stupid MDFC that deals 3 damage to attacking or blocking creature. That card is very bad. Razor Grass Ambush or whatever it's called. Because you can't play Witch Enchanter because of Raptor, really. Even though Witch Enchanter is a banger. I mean, why not play a bunch of planes? I guess there's the question of whether you are playing Wasteland. Which I guess you are, right? You are playing Wasteland. So you have to... Okay, so you have to play like 13 white sources to Caracas? Something like that. Maybe 12. Gets a bit dicey to play swords on 12 white. Maybe this is why Dominique didn't build it this way. It's because nobody wants to play 9 planes in their 5-color deck. Yeah, there's no way, right? Because I need... Okay, so scrap swords then. Scrap swords. Just play creatures. Wait, hang on. It's fine. It works. It works. You just have to play Mana Confluence. Or Quarry. 8. If I play 3 of these... Two Quarry. What other lands is Dominique playing? I mean, their list is built very differently, but... Oh wow, they went in a different direction with it. They played Talongates. Talongates is good, to be fair. To be fair. They were playing Confluence. Talongates. I kind of like that. It's like a spell. Because Quarry is not very good with Mockingbird. It's pretty good with Bowmaster. Let's scrap the Quarry. Let's play Talongates. Yeah, play 2 Talon Gates, 3 Confluence, and then you have 5, 9, 13 Rainbow Sources. Some of which tap for swords, right? 5, 6, 7 sources for swords. So you only need, play an Iganjo. Why not? I mean, I can think of a few reasons why not, but why not? Play the Wastelands. This is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You want like 4 planes? This is up to 21 lands. Don't want... What if I play 3 planes? Realistically, how many... If I wanted swords on turn 2, I need 13, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Don't want to play 25 lands. I do not want to do that. So maybe you give up on swords? Or maybe you just try and get lucky? Or... just play quarries. Just play quarries, because the quarries count. And they're also spells. So you just play a bunch of spells in your land slot. Same as ever. And then you're happy dappy doobie. And you play like 2 planes. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2 planes. Perfect. You play 25 lands, but half of them are spells. Or like 4 of them are spells. 5 of them are spells. Perfect. So you play 2 planes. Okay. That gives me 9 more slots. Oh, Aether Hub. Aether Hub. Aether Hub. Aether Hub. Aether Hub. No, Aether Hub is better. Well, is it? Is it? The problem with Aether Hub is it's still not a spell. But it's still probably good enough. Two, 3, 4, 12. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So you have like 18 rainbow sources for creatures, and then you have 10 rainbow sources for non-creatures, some of which are better than others, plus 3 white lands. Okay. You play... It's just 25 lands is a little high. But it's the white lands that are the problem. Maybe we cut ziggurats. Yeah. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Or we just don't play swords and deafening silence. And we rely on creatures entirely. Like, because there are definitely enough. It's just swords is really good. It's really, really good. And we might want white sideboard cards like Deafening Silence. Although, you know, maybe not. Deafening Silence is not that hot. Yeah, I don't know. We could just play 25 lands. So one thing we can do here, we could play Badger Mole. I'm leery of Badger Mole because it doesn't actually trigger Guide twice, but it is quite good with Wasteland. It doesn't do anything else though. Like, I don't have any mana dorks to make Badger Mole good. Brotherhood Scribe is quite good with Aether Hub. Turns Aether Hub into an Anthem. So I could see playing some number of Scribes. I'm not sure what else I want to play here. What does Dominique play? White of the Reliquary. Not really my jam here. I don't want anything bigger than 2, really, for Raptor. We could just play Thalia. Alongside Lavinia. There are other energy cards as well, like across the colors. There's Greenbelt Rampager, which is not very good, but kind of funny. So 1 mana 3/4 makes an energy. It's not a very good description of what the card does, but oh, sorry, there he is. This would be pretty good with Brotherhood Scribe. There's also just random stuff like Scythecat Cub. So you need fetches for that. Same with Elvish Reclaimer, you kind of need fetches. Oh, Volatile Stormdrake, that's a good card. Volatile Stormdrake is a good card. Exchange Control. Like, against creatureless decks, it's just a 2 mana 3/2 flyer. Which is really good. Genuinely very good. Eradicator is a good card, but I don't want 3 drops. Scribe we talked about, we might want Scribe. Assaultron Dominator, you really need artifact creatures, I think. Aurora Shifter, I've tried reading this card before. What does it do? Comes a copy. It's like a very bad Mockingbird, basically. Like deals combat damage to player. It's no good. Razorfield Ripper is a banger, but not in a Raptor deck. I mean, Glintstream Siphoner just dies to Bowmaster is very hard. Pima Trailblazer. This is kind of sick, actually. It's a 3 mana 3/3 trample. You get 3 energy when it hits something, or more if you like guided it. You can pay 6 energy to put 2 counters on it and draw 5 cards. Like what? I mean, I don't think I'm gonna play it, but it doesn't seem bad. Maybe we should be building a green-white energy deck. No one's done that yet. But the cards are there. The cards are there. Huh, this thing makes a mana of any color. I think maybe not. Oh yeah, this thing, Smelted Charge Bug. Gives something menace. Thriving Rhino, classic. Yeah. I think our options are these cards at the top. I think Stormdrake is the one. Like, Stormdrake's just kind of a funny thing to put in off a show and tell. So I think that's the move here. Is Volatile Stormdrake. Probably 3 copies and then 2 scribes. Is what I'm thinking. Because I think this is better than Gilded Drake insofar as you play it on an empty board and then you just have a 3/2 flyer. Like, that's better than Gilded Drake. So our main color is actually blue, which is interesting. $15 and $20, that seems fine. I kind of want to play Greenbelt Rampager instead of Stormdrake. It's so bad though, it's not even a 1-drop. Like, what is a 1-drop? I guess Reclaimer is a 1-drop, but it's bad without fetches. What else is a 1-drop? Like, literally any whole legacy card pool. Like, what is a good 1-drop? Delver of Secrets, Dragon's Rage Channeler, Nethergoyf, Noble Hierarch. All of the 1-drops that are good involve fetching. Right? Moon Shadow. Oh, we could play Tamiyo. It's not really aggressive though. Like, all of the aggressive 1-drops involve fetching. Moon Shadow, Nethergoyf, Dragon's Rage Chandler. Those are the 3. Hierarch is fine. I don't think it's where this deck wants to be. Yeah, it could be okay. But I think Hierarch. I think as soon as you start adding mana dorks, you want to build the deck that Dominique Tutor built, which is probably why Dominique Tutor built that deck. You want to build the like Gaia's Cradle version. Okay. We're gonna put Gigantha in the sideboard. We're gonna put 3 Gallic Teague in the sideboard. Count them, 3. Probably a bunch of oofs as well. Just jam a bunch of stuff in the sideboard. Collector oof. Deafening Silence. All right. Last round of our 6-round challenge today. See if we can get top 16. Ah, Yorion. It's a companion battle. Dual decks, basic planes. Correct planes. Congratulations, opponent. You have won. Caracas. I think I have a wasteland with your name on it. Sand Scout eats a solitude. Congrats. Plays a Stoneforge. Fetches what exactly? Pre-war. All right. Does that mean you already have sword? I don't really care. Just gonna wasteland you. No, it means you have another Stoneforge. Interesting. So you have sword, formal wear in hand. 2. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, okay. I will win the game, please. I choose option C, you win the game. Only ever an Ajani off the top away from pulling ahead in a game. That's my motto. It's slightly unwieldy. I need to work on it. Yeah, that's what I thought you might do. It doesn't really do much, though. Like it's just another speed bump for my Johnny. Yeah, you can keep... you can keep formal wearing. You go ahead and do that. Unlikely to... have a sweeper pre-board. I think I'm just doing this. Because they're just dead next turn, so... seems fine. I think I will sack that. Okay, they're done. Alright, nice to get ahead in game one. I like a braid. I like wear tear against black-white because of Overlord. Flute, I have mixed feelings about. I think Flute is specifically really for Vile. And I think it is... I think it does that job reasonably well. Static Prison I don't like very much because of Wrath of the Skies. So I guess it's sort of... really the question is, do I like Flute more than Voice of Victory? I think the answer is no. I don't think Flute is going to pull its weight because you just really need to apply pressure. I mean, yeah, like you're not trying to answer their stuff, right? You're trying to kill them. So this unfortunately needs to mull. Although I've kept worse. This hand is fine. I think I'm bottoming this wear tear. Or this voice. I think I'm bottoming the voice. The voice is good with guide and good with bombardment. It's not so good with these cards. Okay. I will get a basic. And I think I'm going to play a Legion's Landing. And if you want to swords that, you can. You are most welcome. Gets rid of Phantom. Okay. Plays a Phantom? Plays a Bowmaster. Okay. Double Wasteland. I would kind of rather Wasteland after I play my Sand Scout. I don't want you to Wasteland my Wasteland. Play a 3-drop. What's the worst that can happen? Well, you could play a Recruiter. That's pretty bad. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I might regret that. If I draw a 2-drop, it's really good to do this if I draw a 2-drop. And my deck is like all 2-drops. So, can't be that bad. I guess that counts as me drawing a 2-drop because I can just blow it up with Wetter. How bad would it be to attack here? Pretty bad, I think. Oh, we should be able to get a nice blowout here, actually. I guess it's not really a blowout. It's just me spending one less mana than them. And gaining a life. Big blowout. Yeah. Sure. Seems like an overreaction. They didn't play land, though. It's kind of annoying. Because I really wanted a quarry. But I guess overall is upside. Them not having a land. Okay. Well, no quarry for me. No quarry for you, sir. You will have no quarry today. Well, I'll respond. Yeah, it seems good. Well, my opponent is completely mana screwed. Wow! What a player! What a player! How do they know? Don't say the S word. I'll say go. This is annoying because it's like if I want to play Gigantha, I can't waste, but if I want to flip late Legion's Landing, I have to waste. I shouldn't waste. I should wait. I'll just be patient. They only have 3 cards in hand. Just gonna be patient. Yeah, that's good. What do you get? Solitude, I guess. So there's that. Okay. I think I will Gigantha. Watch them top deck Caracas. I don't remember the last time I had a Gigantha in play. It's been so long. But it's about the security. It's about the feeling of having Gigantha. Look at that. Gigantha, easy 2 for 1. Well, actually, it's a 2 for 0. Like, Gigantha didn't even cost me a card. Hyper impactful. Game breaking. We're doing a braid if we want to kill that flute, although I don't think we need to. I'll flip this thing. At long last. Block, block. Deal. I don't really want you to Yuri on your Overlord, so let's get rid of him. And then I could just play a Johnny. Yeah. Seems like the best thing to do. It's really funny they named the front half as well. Like, it doesn't even do anything after he flips. Just fetches and passes? What do you have? Crazy. So I could have braid my own Ajani here. I don't really need to do that, though. I'm going to play this Guide of Souls. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, actually. No, this is fine. Because if they do Wrath, then I can braid the cat in response. And if they don't Wrath, they're question mark dead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not quite. Not quite. Stoneforge, okay. Pre-war. Oh, I need to make some white matter at some point. Okay. Oh, just mega dead. I guess this is the mathematically correct way of doing it. Swing for 8 and then bolt you. Look at that. Lightning Bolt giving us lethal in the very last game of the tournament. When it was the card we added. Poetry in motion. Alright, I'm not unhappy with 4-2 after starting 1-2, that's for sure. Or starting 0-1, actually. We will take those. Yeah, it was. I think that was the fastest challenge I've ever played. By quite a long way. Like, that was over in 3 hours and 45 minutes. I mean... Like, that was faster than a lot of leagues I've played. Alright, what mess are we dealing with here? I do want, I think, silences and surgicals. And then we get 2 more slots. Landing was good. Bolt was fine. Like... There was maybe one... That first game against Affinity... Where maybe... Squelcher would have been better than Bolt, but I'm not even sure it would have been because we had Static Prisoner, not Swords, so... Yeah, I mean, they were cards, they did the things. We played Legion's Landing a lot, we flipped Legion's Landing a lot. Legion's Landing is fun. I don't know what else to say. Just gonna put Flute in my sideboard, I think. I'm not really making much use of this white mana, but that's fine. It casts all my main creatures. So. Okay, so how terrible is this? And more importantly, how much will it cost me to build this? $45 tickets? Oh wow, Abundant Countryside is expensive. It's like 10 tickets. Everything else is cheap as chips. How many tickets do I have? How many tickets do we have? 31. I can sell some chests. I got lots of chests yesterday. What's the price doing on Countryside? Is it going to go down or up? It's probably going to go up. Alright. Let's put these in. Oh, I could also open the chest. But then I might not get enough. Tickets. Let's put these in the binder. I spotted a random Guide of Souls. 5th Guide of Souls in my collection. I'm going to put this in the binder as well. Ignore the Brothers War draft chaff clogging up my trade binder. Put one of these in here. Sell some cards. Economic activity. Thanks, AT. 61. We'll see where we finish. We'll play a game with this insane thing. Esper Tempo, that's cool. I've seen that, right? It's just like Bowmasters and Soul Splashes and Tamiyo. But no stock up. Sometimes failure. Where is 8-Zig? There it is. Oh wait, I need to actually buy the cards. That would be a good idea. That would be a necessary step in the process. Deliver me. Ancient Cigarette. What is this mana confluence art? Okay, well I'm not going to fix that now, but holy cow. The regular one is only like 2/100ths of a ticket more as well. Okay, well hopefully that tilts our opponents more than it tilts us. Thanks AT, see you later. It looks like Fortnite. Okay. Am I ready to pay 100 play points to play this deck 5 times? Oh no, we have a league already because we lost round 1 to... I could just play this in the practice room. I hate the practice room though. The practice room is like... You've got no stones if you play in the practice room. No offense. You're not backing yourself. You've got to back yourself. Let's play. Let's do it. We'll play one match of this and then we'll call it a day. And I'll decide whether I want to keep playing it off stream. I think there were a couple of times in this tournament where I would have preferred Bolt to be Meower specifically. But look at that hand. I'm gonna keep it. We're playing 25 lands. Like, come on. Yeah, usually. Snowlands usually means combo. Oh dear. It might be better to hold up by Masters here, but... Oh, it's killing me. That's so funny. Oh my god. It was 1 damage. I mean, I guess I don't have colored mana up now. Oh, that's funny, man. What are we playing against? What is happening? Is this Reanimator with Stifle? Can't be. Maybe. Or it's just Bug with a Snowland. It's just Bug. Just Bug. Cool. Well, we have a bunch of Storm Drakes. So there's that. We could do that. We could do that. I'm gonna play this. Just wondering if I want to play one. But I think I'd rather Bowmasters. I think I should have Bowmastered instead of playing Scribe, but it was... If we hadn't played the Scribe that turn, we might not have gotten the all-timer Stifle, so... Playing a Murktide. The problem with stealing Murktide is... It just dies and they get a 3-2. It's not very good. Stealing Uro is good. Oh, basic planes. Yeah, I think they think I'm going to get energy off this, and I'm not going to get energy off this. So, because that's not how the card works. You just mill me. It's rude. So rude. What lands do we know they have? We don't. I could just wasteland their green sources. I'm gonna do that. I think that's better than playing a Gigantha. I think we know about a loam, but we don't know about any green lands. I could also play this Drake. 6 puts you at 11, 9. 1, 2, 3. It doesn't change the clock. But if we're relying on the idea that they don't have any green sources, then I guess I don't care about Uro. This is a very reasonable, aggressive creature. Strix. You do have a green source. You must have another green source in hand. So your hand is green source loam. Okay, well I'm just gonna have to allow this, I think. These scribes don't seem great in the list. Put you to 7. Oh, I just had a thought. Maybe you're supposed to combine the energy cards with the Eldrazi cards. In this 5-color shell. I guess the Eldrazi cards all cost more than 2, so that's actually dumb as hell. Just trying to think, like, what are the best creatures? What are the best 1 and 2 drop creatures in Legacy? Shadow and Tamio. Yeah, this is the problem, I think, is that all of the best one-drop creatures require you to play fetch lands. Pretty much. You're going to Loam now? Or you're going to Uro now? That makes sense. Okay. I mean, I guess you could play Baubles in this deck. Like, what if you played Nethergoyf, Darcy, all the energy creatures, and 4 Baubles? A Wasteland. It's got to be terrible, right? This is the world's longest game. Just trying to keep them off Uro. Ooh. That deals the damage. Dazless Delver. Yeah. Yeah. But like, why play Daze when you could play energy cards instead? Probably get Bowmaster here. Oh no, you actually go to 1? So you can't fetch now anymore. Did you loan back? You loan back to, yeah, you loan back to non-fetch land, yeah. Yeah, Ragavan got banned. Ragavan did get banned. Rip. Okay, I guess I'll bounce this. It's kind of a losing proposition, but best one drop is an arena only card. Speaking of one drops, I mean, this is a 2-drop, but speaking of Hydroponics Architect, oh, I remember this card. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Getting them down to 1 again? Come on. You know what's even funnier about this game state? The 1 damage that they prevented with the Stifle is relevant. Yeah, I guess most of the good cheap creatures in Legacy are green. That's why Dominic Tudor built a Gaia's Cradle version. Maybe I should go back to that and work from that a bit more. But then you can't play Raptor. Ooh, Stifle. Draw something good. I don't think that counts. Because I can't cast it. I have seen green-white birthing ritual decks. I don't know if I've seen the one that you're talking about, Mangok. Paraguay. Yikes. I can't cast these cards. Can't cast my cards. I don't know what I expected to happen. I have no sideboard cards for this matchup. Okay. What have I done? What have I done? I'm a pink pony girl? I've been called worse. I don't know that song, no. Oh no. Now what's my Mockingbird gonna do? Copy that, I guess. Always hit swords, guaranteed. I don't have any planes in play. They had to hardcast it. Diabolical. How's the challenge going? Became 16th? Okay, that's nice. Oh, we get some chests. That's cool. I'll take that. So any creature, please? Yes, that counts. In fact... To eat. We won a game, chat. We did it. We won a game. Oops. Deck is cracked. Yeah. I think we had the spirit, but there are some fundamental, dare I say, unfixable issues with this list. It does make me want to revisit, like seriously revisit the idea of green-white energy, though. With Badgermole. Like, if you think of Badgermole as being like a Sand Scout, I mean, it's not quite, though, is it? Yeah, tricky. Can play Lavinia. And then what? This Plains activates their Massacre. No thanks. This is better. I guess I should have wasted in response to make them fetch. Fetch is a basic anyway. No, fair enough, fair enough. I'll allow it. I guess I should hub here. I just don't think they're going to play a creature. I guess if they play a Tamiyo, I'll... Yeah. guess I don't have any any cards that say draw a card, so I should probably kill the Orc Army instead. Whatever. Times Wasteland. Okay. I think I will let that through. Guess I could get Dazed. Stifle. Don't. Is it good? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think it's good. Maybe it is. I'll set, okay. Edict. Okay. Do you hit the hub? What do you hit here? Countryside, interesting. Countryside. I think I'm actually going to swords this. Is that stupid? That's pretty stupid, isn't it? I just don't want them to draw another card with Narset. Maybe I don't care. Maybe I don't care. Because they can't really win. I can't really win if I swords their win cons. So I guess I should hold the swords. And there's also that. Pretty big. Big and huge. Interesting. Sure. Yeah, I'll swords that. Play this 1-3. She's a student. She's not a farmer. Wow, Kaito. Cool. What do I do here? I mean, I'm gonna bring back the pride, I think. Oh no, I can't. I can't. Because the cigarette doesn't tap for mana. Do I attack the Kaito? I think so. Yeah, I may not have thought all of the deck through fully. I admit. Well, that's going to be a problem. I could block, actually. I think I was supposed to block there. Rather than give them a card. I could have punished them for not playing the road post combat. Six. Huh. I guess this is playing into a board wipe as well. 9, 5. Okay. I don't want to think anymore. How many things did you surveil? Oops. Yeah, that was the issue with doing it this way around. Ping that. This thing's still attacking this. So what I'm going to do here is just sack this. I really shouldn't swords this, should I? If I swords this, you just bring back Uro. You're taking 5, you go to 5. You go to 7, 6. I really should not swords this. I'll just do that. He can trade Bowmasters for Kaito. Or 4 life. Up to him. Yeah. Yeah, I screwed that one. Big time. I should have at the very least played this during combat. was just being really lazy. Swing. I'm just gonna take it. At this point, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Trying to time them out, I think. Are you gonna emblem? Interesting. So he'll Uro. Dirty flag. Well, hey, look. He's like 10 minutes behind me. I think at a certain point consequences must be imposed. Put it that way. Why do you care about the Aether Hub? Sure. Does not seem like the priority. I still don't have any red permanents. Alright, put you to 13. Check you. Hope you don't have another Bowmasters. Okay. Playing a Johnny. Zero, I guess. I don't know. Do we win? We won. I don't think we'll win any other matches in that league, but we won. Alright, well. Thanks for watching, thanks for hanging out. Don't try anything like this at home. For God's sake. But if you want to play some energy, play red white. And maybe try a bolt or two. It's not bad. Good night, guys. See you next time.